good morning to everyone. You are most welcome.
Okay, I'm Roger Stern. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm a statistician from Reading, and I've been interested in the analysis of climatic data for many years, and delighted that Gambia Met is considering the adoption and use of R-Instat for some of their work. And I hope to support Francis and the team from a distance when needed. So I've been working on climatic data since the beginning of CLICOM in the early 80s. And since then, I've worked a lot on the old Instat software. And I think Francis will soon show you how that has morphed into the new R-Instat. In our recent past, I've just come back from Kenya, where we conducted a similar workshop for Kenya Met Department. And they seemed quite happy with R-Instat. So I'm very interested to get the views of GMet and also of the Gambia participants in what we're going to be providing. We hope this workshop will be a real eye-opener. Let's see what happens as the week goes on. It's Roger back again. I'm not seeing Amsaleh online, so unless she interrupts me. Amsaleh has just joined the development team. She was an Ames graduate, as it was Francis, and then has her PhD from Reading, and has just been taken on, and she will be supporting the Moodle site and helping where she can. Her PhD is in meteorology at the University of Reading, which is well known for being very strong in meteorology. She graduated in 2020 and has joined the team and will be trying, like me, to support you from a distance.
All right, so thank you, everyone. Special welcome to our brothers from Gambia. And thank you very much from Idem, Roger, and the team who have joined us online. You all agree with me that evaluation of climate data using spreadsheets can be time-consuming, especially when you are doing the analysis and you are combining satellites information in your analysis. Therefore, there's a need for a specific tool, such as R-Instat, for easy manipulation and interpretation. The R-Instat tool is a statistical application built on R program language, which objective is to analyze and validate satellite-based climate time series. It is designed to make R easy to use, in particular for those who are already using spreadsheets. WMO introduced R-Instat to Met institutions not too long ago, and some of our staff, meteorological agency staff, participated in this training online. After this training, they came to me and expressed to me how relevant R-Instat 2 can help Ghana Meteorological Agency in analyzing our climate data and coming out with products to serve our teaming clientele. So we decided to go beyond the training for about 3 staff of the agency who participated in the WMO organized program, and contacted the facilitators for this training for WMO as Innovation in Development, Education, and Mathematical Sciences, IDEMS, which our brother Roger Stern leads. If they can support us to be able to broaden this training, bring this training down to Ghana Meteorological Agency and get more of our meteorologists trained on this programming language. They positively agree that they are prepared to help us to do this. And so we decided to put together our heads to bring about this all-important training. Our plan is to go beyond just this training by now getting to know more of our staff, getting to know what R-Instat is about, and possibility of developing a proposal that will help us institutionalize R-Instat as a tool in analyzing our climate data for our activities, and not for our activities as in Ghana Meteorological Agency, but also to drive the use of R-Instat in the country as a whole and beyond. We have so many institutions that do climate analysis: Agric, Ministry of Agric, CSR, NADMO, the universities, and so many other institutions that can benefit from using the R-Instat as a tool in analyzing climate data. So in course of our discussion, it came up that if it's possible for us to bring our brothers from Gambia on board to participate in this training. I actually contacted my colleague in Gambia, and he also expressed his interest to get his staff to benefit from the training. Our challenge was how to get funding for them to come down, else they will join on Zoom. And as we have just seen, the technology can be worrisome at some point. So we try hard with the support of IDENS. We contacted Karen Marcotte from UK Met, and we were able to mobilize a very small support to support our brothers from Gambia to join us. That's why we have our brothers with us today. So as I said, the aim of this workshop is to introduce participants to the R-Instat through which deliberation on specific objectives will be made. And based on this, we may come up with a bigger proposal that if you get funding, we will drive the R-Instat tool as a tool for climate analysis in the country and go beyond Ghana, as we are seeing with our Gambians joining us. So as Ghana Meteorological Agency, we take this training very important. The program will introduce it to us, and we are broadening the scope to cover about 20 of our meteorologists for this week, 3 of our brothers from Gambia, and then hope to move it beyond our institution to other institutions, and possibly to our brothers outside Ghana or in the sub-region. And so we will employ you to take this training very serious. Roger Stein and team have agreed to take care of themselves by facilitating this training for us, by providing the resource persons. The meteorological agency staff here from Ghana, GMet is taking care of you. Those from outside Accra and those in Accra. And then with the support of Karen and UK Met, our brothers from Gambians will be taken care of. Please, let's take this training very serious. And the objective of institutionalizing R-Instat as a tool for analysis of our climate data to become reality and not limited to GMet alone, but to lead or GMet driving this programming language analysis to other stakeholders who also use climate data, and lead the charge to our colleagues, meteorological institutions in the sub-region. That is the bigger picture we are looking at. That's why we are very much happy that even though in a very short period, we've been able to put together this program. Whatever challenges that will come, the doors are open. No beginning of everything, there may be some challenges, but we are there to provide every support to the meteorologists gathered here, our brothers from Gambia, to make this one-week training very successful. And not just training, but a training that will be implemented for us to see the results to help save life and property and deliver quality service to our teeming clientele who need our service so much to save life and property. On that note, I would like to thank everybody for coming and wish you a very wonderful one-week training. And may the good Lord be with us all. Thank you. So at this juncture, before you go straight into your actual analysis, I think it will be in order for us to have a group picture outside, and then you return to the room to start the training. So I'll close the opening session. We'll go and take a group picture. Unfortunately, Roger and his team cannot be part of the group picture. Maybe in course of the training, we do the Zoom type of picture so that they can be captured. But those of us here physically, we will go down there and take the picture. Unless Roger has something to add, Francis, as Roger has anything to add, he can add, and then after that, we go and take a picture and come and start the training.
Yeah.
Nothing to add, except I'm very jealous that you've got your pauses and your lunch, and all we are is sitting at home here. But we're wishing you all the best. I thank you for the introduction, and I'm very excited by both your plans for the week and the fact that you're really thinking that this is leading into much larger things in the future. This is going to be a very interesting week, I hope, and set the scenes for more work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you very much. So we will be in touch as the training goes on. Enjoy the rest of your.
Okay. So basically, the objective is to kind of introduce R-Instat to GMet and also to Gambia Met. Like I was saying before, some of you may have already seen the software. But yes, others, it may be very new to them. So yeah, the idea of this workshop is to introduce it to you, all of you. We hope that it will be an eye-opener in the sense that it will be an easy way for you to use your historical data, okay, in terms of analysis and data preparation and the likes. We hope that there will be support for the comprehensive use of the historical data. As we recollect, the DJ was mentioning about having some bigger projects out of this session. So we hope if you're able to learn this very well, we could utilize it a lot in the historical data, and that could pave way for bigger projects or things that would be useful for GMet. So I'll next, as I'm going to show you the structure of this workshop. So like we know, we are starting today and ending on Friday, the full week workshop. And the agreed time with the local organizers was to start this at 9 a.m. and then close by 4:15. As you can see today, we had already behind time, and we'll see how we can make up for that. To make things very easy, we created a Moodle site, a learning management system site, where you could we could kind of curtail this problem of give me the slides, give me the recordings, give me this, give me that. So the learning site has all the materials or most of the materials which you probably be using for any day. We open it by day. So today, if those of you who have already registered on that, I guess everybody's registered. We sent an email last week. It was only Sanjo who said he had a problem, but I don't know. Everybody has been able to get to the learning site. So there are the material slides, and there's a forum which we ask that you probably utilize a lot, because that's where, if I probably have a problem, a peculiar problem with R-Instat, or with whatever is going to go on here, I could just post there, and maybe one of us could have the solution and could respond there, and that may be a problem for another person. So I'll show you the forum. Can I just quickly do this? So this is our Moodle site. Let me just quickly show you. So you can see Ghana Met, R-Instat workshop. Oh, that's just you can see on. Okay, so it's just the slides. I guess everybody can see on their laptop. No, here on here it's not there, but it's not showing. No, it's GMB. This GMB. Okay. Good. So you can see Ghana Met R-Instat workshop, May 16th to 20th, 2022. So this has all the things about the course. The forum I mentioned this year is this link. If you can see, I'm just clicking on there. Here, and if there's a topic you want to add, then you can just start easily by. Your screen is not showing. I mean, on your laptop, is it not showing? I think. Let me just close this. My screen is not partitioned, so how do I draw it? Okay, all right, sure. So then, I have to drag this whole thing. I don't know. I mean, yes, projects. Okay, good. So yes, this is a learning. Sorry, you are not seeing it. You can see it. Are you sure? Sure. Okay, good. So if you are struggling to, I think because of the internet, we probably just need to pay attention on the slides here, and then when it's as and when it's necessary. So basically, this is the Moodle site, which you all should have been given a login address and things like that, login details. So when you log in, you should be able to come in here. And I was saying that there was a forum, there's a forum, this link. When you click it, you get to the forum. So if there's anything, maybe I want to add a new, just as an example, I want to add in a new topic. So you just click a new topic. It uses the internet, so that's why you have to get it. Sorry guys, the internet is okay. Yeah, so it's in. Then I just type my R-Instat doesn't load data. Okay, that's one problem somebody showed me just so doesn't load in data from library. Okay, so this is just an example. When I start my R-Instat, I want to load anyway. Doesn't load. I get error say
You could up your voice a bit.
okay. So this is a problem I have. Like it's just a dummy problem that I just want to show. So I've just given the subject name that my R-Instat doesn't load in the data library or from a file. I say then I try to give more details so that if somebody is on the forum, the person can, or on our learning management. And note, we are also there. So the Roger, Danny, and other experts are there as well. So they could be able to help. So when I start I give details that when I start my R-Instat and want to read in a file, it doesn't load. I get an error saying blah, 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 doesn't exist. Okay, so I'm done with this. And then I just come and say post to forum. Okay, so when I post this to the forum, if you are all on the learning management site, which is the module site, you should be able to see this message. And so if any of you have a solution or know something about it, you'll be able to come and say, okay, so you can see now, if I should go back from course information. Before, when I clicked the forum, there wasn't anything there. But now if I go, and you should have the same thing, if you click on forum, you should see this discussion I have started. My R-Instat doesn't load in the data file, library or from a file. Okay, and then you can see the last post is Francis Tobo. I was the one who posted this, so it's there. Okay, so if someone else wants to know a bit about this, the person just needs to click on the heading here, and then you can just come and do a reply. Okay, you can just come and then it just gives you here. You just need to type in your message, so it's a reply of that. Oh, I know how to solve it. Just put this. Just restart R-Instat. Okay. And I post back to the forum. Okay. Okay, so you can see my initial message now, and then the response that's there. So if, let's say, Samuel decides to know that what if you restart it doesn't work and he knows another process, he probably just needs to reply to my message or to the next message, and then that would also be there. So anytime anybody goes there and has a similar problem and reads the subject and say, well, I think this is familiar to my problem, and clicks it, you'll be able to see the trend of messages I've gone there and see how which one of them helps. Okay, so that's that, by the way. Okay, so let's go back to I hope this is okay. So yeah, there's materials they are there, and there are slides, there are links to videos, there are lectures, and as long as you have access to R-Instat, there's an information. What? The internet is also lagging, so we have to manage. It's better to try to listen from here. Yeah. Yeah. So the structure, as I was saying, we are going to have like our lectures. Okay. We assume that you all have access to the R-Instat. It's going to be as practical as much as we can. We try to make it as practical as much as we can. There'll be demonstration sessions where all of us will practice at the same time. And would also be not just bring dummy data to show you. This reminds me of when we were in school, they teach you something about regression and they bring like just 10 lines of data sets. And then you go into the real world, they are presented with thousands of lines of data sets and like go like, it's surprising or something. Or you're going to do something which is real. So using your own data, okay? But just to understand the concepts mainly today, and then tomorrow onwards, you start working with your own data. Okay. Slides up. Yeah. The main contents of this workshop today, we've done bits of the introduction, and you'll be introduced to data and also R-Instat, as I said. Tomorrow we'll start tidying and visualizing and quality controlling your own data sets. So some of your data sets will start to tidy them, what we call the preparation of data. Okay. So when you extract it from Apply Data or from ClaimSoft, I don't know which one you guys use. You are able to kind of tidy it or prepare it in a way that it's now ready for analysis. And preparation of data is an important part of the whole analysis. If you don't have your data in the right shape, your results are likely to be very not helpful in a sense. So we quite spent a lot of time in trying to make sure that data sets are prepared very well, where there are missing values, where there are things we have to include, where there are numeric and categorical variables all mixed up together and things like that. We'll see more about that from Tuesday. We'll continue with that maybe this time again on Wednesday with different data sets. Remember, we'll be looking at things on rainfall, temperature, there will be wind, there may be sunshine hours and things like that that we'll also look at. On the fourth day, which is Thursday, we hope to be preparing summaries and producing standard products. That was one of the things that I think in the discussions GMet had mentioned, and that they would want to have some research-based kind of come out from this whole training. So that's something you probably see a bit more of, some of the things that you could do for research and things like that on Thursday. I'm showing you how R-Instat has some of its tools to help you easily generate those things. On Friday, we have what we call the tailored products. Again, these are things which can be useful for research and things like that. And some of us may know about PICSA, the Participatory Integrated Climate Services for Agriculture. R-Instat has worked quite closely with the team, and so have generated things which can quickly give you ideas on start of the rains, end of the rains, and things like that. And you'll be seeing some of these things on Thursday and on Friday. And then other topics that may be of interest would also be looked at on Friday. I'm hoping that on Friday, because GMet had mentioned that they would want to kickstart the proposal writing from this workshop. So we are hoping that the ideas and things will be coming out from the discussions that we'll be having throughout the week, but mainly on Friday to know the next steps from this workshop. So basically, again, I would like to know or say a bit about your background, which, correct me if I'm wrong, you are all staff from GMet and Gambia Met, as we can see, and you are mainly the custodians of historical climate data, both in Ghana and Gambia. And you probably may feel that at this stage, it's more like you just kind of get people to collect the data information, and people come to you and say, well, we want data from this place, from this year to this year, but they are not being used to the level at which you probably would expect that maybe even in GMet you use it, because you just keep probably, that's what I'm thinking. There may be some departments which are doing things with data, but it's underused, like the way you probably could exploit it and things like that. And that could be because of the tool to help you exploit the data. We also learned that most of the staff are quite comfortable with forecasting. You do lots of forecasting, including seasonal forecast, short-term forecast. And this is because of your good or in-depth knowledge in physics and meteorology. Some of you may, as I had already said, may be already data processing experts. However, you probably would work on being more comfortable with statistics, which may not be your main line of training. And so we are hoping that this course could highlight some of these useful concepts to you. So our goal is just to support the service, both Gambia and Ghana Met, to ensure comprehensive use of your climatic records, as you have been doing with your forecast information and things like that. So I know we already did an introduction, and just to save time, we probably will not do so much about briefly telling us about your service. I know there will be a session where you tell us about your data and things like that, so maybe that could be in here. And we've kind of introduced ourselves also as resource persons. And the next introduction will be to show you the tool, why we are here at R-Instat. You're going to learn about that. And then we hope that later in the day, you'd also introduce that to the data sets that you kind of curate or collect. So R-Instat. Sorry. Okay. I should speed up a bit. Okay, yeah, good. Thanks. Well noted. You want to start to get into the practical. Sure. I think we are slightly just behind time because of the technical problems we had this morning. But aside that, I think we are quite doing well. What's the time now? Yeah, I think we'll start something soon. We start. Yeah, sure. So this is quite important that at least you also get to know the basis of what you are doing and not just to do it, because it becomes I just have to do this without me getting any form of understanding behind it. I think everything that we have here is quite important, and so you don't pay too much attention to what you probably will be doing later onwards or later. But everything is quite important. I'll try my possible best to get you to start working as much as early as I can. Okay. Yeah. So R-Instat is actually gotten from R as the thing which works in the background. Okay. We know how many of us know about R? R. Would you want to tell us a bit about it? Okay. Anyone wants to tell us what he or she knows about R? Programming language, yes, sir. Yeah. So yeah, basically it's a programming language, just like some of you may be using MATLAB or Python, and yeah, so it's a programming language, but this is actually made for statistics, with the statistics kind of. So it provides facilities for standard statistics package. Okay. So for example, SPSS. Some of you may know SPSS. I don't know how many of you would know about startup, but yeah. And one interesting thing about R is that it is free and open source. Okay. Where people could contribute and say do things that would fit them with the software. So that's quite an interesting feature about R. It is also used mostly in most of WMO training workshops like R ClaimDex. I think last time I visited the method, you were telling me about using ClaimDex and things like that, right? Or what was that? CDT, right? Okay, cool. So yeah, R ClaimDex and then RCMP, NCMP, and the rest. R has, but there's an issue with R is that it's to really do a lot of things. You need to learn quickly and a lot of things within a very short time. Okay, and the fact that it's not everybody has the mind to do kind of programming, that he needs to use this sign and that sign to do an if or else loop and things like that. It's a bit tricky with it. Yeah. Then we have the Instat, which is the other part of R-Instat. Okay, so R-Instat R and Instat. R does the thing in the background, and you see Instat as an interface. I know from the 1980s thereabouts, Roger, who was on the call, helped develop what we call Instat, which has been very useful for most Met services. It's I don't know how many of you have used Instat before. Does anybody know about? Okay. Yes. Okay, Madam Melikem. Yeah. So it's been a tool. Sorry. Okay. Good. So that's also developed at Reading, at the University of Reading, and has been used by most of the national methodological staff. Okay. Including even those at the outstations. Okay. But now it's very old and not too powerful. But we know that R as a programming language is a very powerful tool, and you keep modifying it day in, day out because it's open source. People could put in packages and write something with the code, and then it becomes another useful feature for R-Instat. So our challenge that we had was to kind of develop a statistical software that is one, easy to use, like the spreadsheets, like SPSS, Excel, those kind of things, but should also be as powerful as R is. Okay, and so that is why we have R-Instat. Okay, this is how the original R and the original Instat interface. This is how it looks like. You can see it's a spreadsheet and it has the climatic menu in there. It's a simple statistics package, easy to use with the special climatic menu. And it's still even being used by some Met services even in 2021. So that shows how useful that software has been. But we even think it should be kind of upgraded, and that's why we have R-Instat. It's free to download. It includes tailored products like the start of rains, the length of rainy season, breaks of long dry spells, and things like that. And this is what we have replaced by R-Instat now, which has the same sort of view or front end where you're kind of clicking and moving things about. The R-Statistical system, for those of you who do not know, this is how it's like. And you can see here, these are all just lines of codes in here, and it's a very powerful system. It has over 18,000 extra packages, okay? So aside the normal R base where you can just write more code, people are kind of trying to make life easier by writing packages, and there are over 18,000 extra of them in R Studio. So even this interface you see here, it's actually the R Studio interface. So R Studio is like an editor or something which helps you put R. R in its raw state, those of you who have R, when you click them, you can see how the space looks like, how the view looks like, and how when you're writing the code. But R Studio is like an editor which makes it quite easy to see and write the code. So that's the window you see here is the R Studio window. Okay. So yeah, as you can see, this is how we kind of put it. R-Instat, we started doing or writing or building R-Instat from 2015, where we did a crowd sourcing campaign. Okay, from 2015, we had some people from here, GMet, kind of contributing to that crowd sourcing campaign. Thanks for your support. We have R-Instat now. And the reason for it, like we said, we identified a gap in the statistical software systems, and we wanted something which would be useful for a very not quite long people. Okay, and the work in building R-Instat has been a mix of people from Africa, more specifically in Kenya, and then people also from the UK. Okay, been a joint work in here. The climatic menu, which you will be seeing from Wednesday, was added from 2016. And there's been some support on CCAP, UBETSAT, WMO, UK Met, and trying to get this software done. WMO in 2020 is actually supporting it to make sure that R-Instat kind of aligns with some of the WMO guidelines. Okay, so we can see the positives here. R-Instat Plus on its own is easy to use. Okay, R it's not that easy to use. Instat Plus encourages good statistical practice, just as R does. It is free. That's the old Instat. Okay, it's free, and it's R is also free. And the old Instat wasn't open source. You couldn't have people contributing to it, you know. So, but R it's what we call it's open source, and so you have people who could contribute to it. And so that's the lesson to which these two kind of amalgamates into is the R-Instat, where it would have all the positives in all of it. It's easy to use, it encourages good practice, it's free, and it's open source as well. Okay. Okay, good. So this is the interface of R-Instat. I guess everybody has downloaded it. You probably see that's the data view window and that's the output window. Okay. It's menu driven, as you can see. It's things where you can point and click. Okay, it's designed to make R easy to use, because for everything you click or anything you point at to click, you get an equivalent R code. Okay, which kind of if for people who want to go into R and things like that, can maybe later on copy those codes, put into R, and continue their work in there. But it's easy to click and use. Yes, for those of you who know a lot of Excel and the likes like that. So it has the special climatic menu, which you can see from here, from that window there. It's easy to use, like quick to learn, and users can move on to their data analysis quite easy. You don't know, it's not unlike R, when I now have to know how do I want to assign the name of an object, you know. I have to find the programming code or the programming line to know how to do that before I could move forward. R-Instat is quite easy. I know I'm clicking this and I'm getting this and I'm moving on to that. Yeah. So that's the Instat plus the old R and the old Instat. And this, and you can see how it's looking like SPSS, almost the same kind of spreadsheet like view. And it's like Excel or spreadsheet. You can see things in columns and rows. Okay. Yeah. So this, all of those three things are similar to the new Instat. Okay, which has data in columns, one type of data per column. Okay. You can see the data starting at the first row. Unlike with Excel, you have the first row being maybe the header, and then you have the next one like that. Okay. You have each of the data in columns, one type of data per column, like the month is here, the day is here, the year is on another column separately. Okay. And then another interesting feature about R-Instat is you have multiple sheets. Okay. So like with Excel, you know, you can work in sheet 1 and move to sheet 2. R-Instat also has that feature where you can read in so many data sets, and then you can move on to each of the data set by clicking on them or by selecting them in a receiver, and then you can do your analysis on them. Okay. It has its results in a different window. Sometimes with Excel, when you okay, good. So there's the output window where all the results now kind of move to. So any kind of analysis you do here, you get the results in this output window. Okay. Good. And now the menus in the R-Instat, you can see these are the main kind of menus, and the menus have been structured in such a way that it shows the flow of data analysis. Normally with data analysis, the first thing you probably would do is to import your file. Okay. I'm not sharing. Can you see now? Okay, good. So, sorry. You know how to go about it. I'm muted. I'm unmuted now.
I want to share. I'm not sharing this. Yeah. Yeah. You did. No, we can go to screen.
Yeah, but it's not.
Go ahead and put it in the screen. I mean, this one is just.
So I should go to
Display the presentation.
is it okay?
And put it in the presentation.
Okay, sorry guys. These are all delayed. I'm sorry. So yeah, so the menus are structured in such a way that it shows how like analysis would normally be done or should be done, the good practice of analyzing any data set. So when you have a data set, you want to read it in, so you read it in from file by importing data from Excel or from anywhere. And normally you can do some bit of small edits. And then the main preparing data, a lot of tools under this menu, which helps you to organize the data if it is not in the shape that is useful or will be is needed for analysis. And then normally after you have prepared your data, you want to do some descriptive things. You want to quickly check how's your data looking like and things like that. So therefore you come to describe. And then after that, you come to the model where you now kind of fit or use appropriate statistical models. So the menu is being structured in the way that good practices for statistical data analysis should follow. Okay. And then there are other specialized menus like the structured and the climatic, which you'll be seeing more of on Wednesday. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you find out that all of these are kind of captured in climatic. The file, reading your file, preparing it, describing it, fitting models are all captured into the specialized menu. So if you kind of become an expert with R-Instat, you probably will not need to use these file, prepare, describe. You can just go to climatic because you know you're coming to work on climatic data and all of the file, prepare, and describe and everything will be under that climatic menu. So let me just show you an example of how the prepare is looking like in the normal prepare and how that's kind of. So can we go on? Okay, good. So like I was saying, the usual prepare, when you go there, you go prepare, data reshape, column summaries. There are a lot of other items under the prepare, but we just want to see the data reshape and the column summary. So here, basically what you are. So like I was saying, for the prepare, okay, which is one of the features or one of the main menus of R-Instat. We give an example here to say maybe you have daily data and you want to maybe summarize it into monthly data. Okay, so you have your daily data. You probably go to, if you are using prepare, the normal prepare dialog or prepare menu, you go to prepare. Okay, good. So you go to prepare and then you go to data reshape. Okay, and then you go to column summaries. Okay, and then you get this dialog box and you fill in your information. There's the data, the variables, which are the columns, and you enter, you put in your rainfall as a variable to summarize, and then you say you should summarize it by station and year. Okay, and then you put in there, and then you say you should omit missing values and all of that. Okay. And then that goes on. And then you can see your data then kind of summarizes to now sort for 1940. The count, the number of days that's account 366, and the sum rainfall total is 724. Then it goes to 1945. So it is summarizing annually. Okay. So from daily on this side, it now kind of summarizes it on here. Okay. We now look at the climatic. Okay. If you were using the climatic menu, I was just telling you before the slide I showed. I was telling you that though we have the prepare, the file, edit, prepare, describe, and then model area, which is the systematic way of doing kind of statistical analysis. We also have specialized menus, which is like the, for example, and one of them, which will be very important for net services like you, because you work on climatic data, is the climatic menu. And the climatic menu has all these file, prepare, describe, model all together under just one menu. So I've just shown you how you could do that summary if I wanted to kind of summarize the yearly rainfall totals using just the prepare menu. And now I can come to the climatic, which has bit on reading file in, preparing data, describing data, looking at models and things here with additional stuff. And you can see the prepare is here. Under climatic, when I go to climatic, there's a prepare, and you can see there's the climatic summaries, okay? And then that opens up another option, which now tells you, gives you simple things like within the year. I want to summarize within the year. You can have annual plus within, daily, and things like that.
Are you changing the slide?
No. You don't see my mouth? You see it?
Yeah.
Because I haven't moved. Okay, good. And then you can kind of put in again within the year. You are saying by month and things like it kind of simplifies. You see how different that dialogue is to the other prepare one. Okay, it makes that one is telling you things which are more familiar with your data set and things like that. You can see the month and information there. And then again, it gives you options on the missing. You can say, well, the missing option has a maximum number of missing allowed. You can put 3, say that, well, for this year, if there are more than 3 days missing, don't just put a missing value. I don't want to be misinforming people because I don't have information. Or you can say, well, if it is more than 10 days, then put a missing value or something like that. So these are the options there are. There's minimum number of non-missing and things like that. Maximum percentage of missing allowed, and maximum number of consecutive missing allowed. These are all options you can take and put your options under the climatic menu. Okay. Another example, which is the describe menu. Okay, so I showed you something on the prepare. Now I'm showing you something on the describe. On the describe, again, you can see there's 1 variable, 3 variables, specific tables. Okay, I'm choosing specific tables, and I want to do a box plot. So when you go to specific tables and you have the options, you can see there's bar chart, there's box plot, jitter, violin plot, and everything. I want to do a box plot, okay? And then that gives me this dialog box, and then I kind of fill the necessary parts I need to fill. And then I can get this output on here, okay? Cool. And that is just using the describe menu, okay? So let's go forward. And then I want to check the describe menu in the climatic menu, specialized climatic menu. So I come to climatic, and again, you can see there's a bit on check data. And when I go to check data, I see there's a box plot here, okay? And then that box plot also gives me this dialog frame in which I can put in my information. Again, these are things which are more like related to what you are familiar with, okay? And then that gives you the similar box plot as you would have done with just the describe. Is that okay? Cool. Good. Again, under the climatic, even gives you another one, which is, I think, one of the very important things for you people. It's what we call inventory plots. The inventory plot will give you information as to what is there and what is not there. How much of your data is missing and how much of it is available. Okay. So if you come to climatic check data inventory, you get a dialog box and you can input your information that's needed, and then you get an output like this, where missing is the red ones and then present are the ash ones. So you can RH 12 o'clock. You can see it's looking almost missing until just from 2000 thereabout. Okay, before you can see that. But basically, that's what the climatic menu would give you information on. Okay, it gives you, you can see all the different climatic variables. Okay, you can see that all of them do have red. Okay, meaning there are some of them which are missing, except if you look at RR, which is the rainfall, which is almost without any red. Okay. So basically, we are going to analyze climatic data. That's the data you kind of import from Excel and then into R and do your tidy. And in the process of doing that, of tidying and all of that, if you're using R-Instat, you get to learn some R, which is what I was telling you, that for every click you do, for everything you enter, there's a code generated from that dialog, okay, which when you put okay. So we are back again. I hope you can see my screen. Okay, and we learned some R. Okay, so aside everything you click, you get R code. So if maybe you want to just do analysis and maybe tidying the data is one of your problems, and you see that there are facilities and there are very good tools in R-Instat which helps you to easily tidy up your data without a lot of stress. Maybe if you are tidying using R, you probably need to learn a lot of code to try and type it out and things like that. And so you probably can start your work in R-Instat and end in RStudio if you are someone who wants to work in R. Okay, and that's because you kind of get the codes. If you look carefully, you see that they've written a dialog generated from something. It's not very clear. Okay, yes, it's not. But basically, the code generated by dialog something. Okay, there, and that's from R-Instat. So as you get into R-Instat, you probably see this thing. Okay, good. So as I was telling you on the middle side, and aside the middle side, there's a YouTube link, okay, for R-Instat, where they have done short videos on different things that you can do. Okay. And so aside this training, you also have a wealth of resource, okay, on videos as to what you want to do, challenges in tiding, getting climatic data, quality controlling, graphics, and things like that. If you use just this YouTube link, okay, which is in the Moodle site, if you look at the today's slides, you should find it there, and then you can look at some of the videos just to refresh your memory and things. Okay. Sorry, were you raising your hand? Okay. Good. So there have been some initial work on language translation. So we already know we have R-Instat in English, okay? But we are doing a French version for people who are not too familiar with the English language, okay? And there's the Kiswahili version. Kiswahili is for the Eastern Africans, more Kenyans and things like that. And there's a Portuguese version. I personally am developing the Tree version as well. So, all right, guys. So, and there's an open system for translation contribution. So if somebody wants to contribute to the Hausa version, crowding, you need to put the Hausa language there, and then try and translate what prepare means in Hausa and things like that. I think we probably wouldn't need that, but yeah. Yeah, so basically, if you are able to go through the processes and things, getting the idea that your data will be ready now, or is ready in some sense now or later today. Sorry for discussions started with, actually it was supposed to be Sam and Maureen and Vicky. The data and the metadata information and things like that are quite available. All of these can easily import into R-Instat. Okay, and then most of this workshop will be reliant mainly on your data set. I don't know if the Gambians brought some data. It would be good to see some Gambian data as well. But we will be concerned mainly on daily data. But it will be useful to also know the hourly and 3 hourly, which also come together to form the daily. Sometimes you get the daily being missing and you don't know where it is, but looking at the hourly and 3 hourly information could be useful. Okay, so I probably think we'll probably be seeing things on synoptic stations. Also, I don't think here you have data from other professionally run stations. Are there other people who kind of collect data by themselves, but they kind of give you access to that data information? There are, okay. Okay. Other people, but they make it available to you. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how some of those data sets as well, if they are available. Yeah, and there are automatic stations which would also be looking at river flow and position and things like that. So at long last, we are getting very close to you practicing something by yourself. We are going to start the R-Instat introductory tutorial. There are 2 tutorials, and there are 2 introductory tutorials available. Okay, all of these are on the Moodle site. Okay. Hello, guys. Yeah. So there are 2 introductory tutorials which I'm going to take you through them, or maybe Roger will take you through them if he's available and ready to do this. But yeah, they are all available on the Moodle site, and aside me practicing it now, you can later maybe go home and then check it. Then we said I showed you how to post things on the forum. It would be nice when after maybe you have gone home and you have tried something, you post something, any interesting thing you found by trying the tutorial and things like that on there to start a discussion among. Would encourage that you use it, and so the more you use it, it's easier for you to maybe in the future even post something there if you are having a challenge and people can respond to you. So there will be slides that I'll be showing you, but they are just a reminder of the practical demonstration that we are going to do. Okay, basically this is where we start to do some work. What's the time? Sorry, 12:40. So we can try and fit in one tutorial before you go for lunch. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, cool. Hello, Roger. Are you there? Are you happy to take over? Or should I see there? Okay. I'm sorry. Are you there? Do you know if Roger is around?
Hi, Francis. Hello.
Yeah. Hi,
Let
I
me
can hear
check.
you.
Yeah,
know-
let me check on him. Yeah.
All right. If he's busy, I can continue. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Let me check and I'll let you know.
All right, sure. So my guess is that we all do have R-Instat 0.7.5 installed. We all do have it. 0.7.5. John, can you please help Madam out? So then, okay, I don't mind, you can. But so every day of this. Okay. Hey, they are heading. Okay, yeah. Yeah. That's it. That's us.
Francis, did you want to say something?
Yes. Hi, Roger.
Hi.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you are less busy, would you want to start the first tutorial, or I can do it if you are busy and maybe.
No, I think it would be very useful for them to start the first tutorial before lunch, so they actually do something. Would be great. So let's do that. Who's going to be on keyboard? So
I can be.
And do they have the are they already in there?
They all
have they all got R-Instat installed, or at least they could share a machine so that they can all be keying away?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go. I think that would be good. So in R-Instat, I'm going to be instructing you, Francis, and then they're
Yes.
going to be doing the same thing. Are you still going to share your screen so that we can see what you've done? Or is that not
Yes,
so
yes.
easy?
I'm just going to do that now.
Okay.
I just want to move out of the presentation mode. And then, yeah. Okay.
So
So-
you're in, yep. So the first thing everybody should be doing is to use the open from library. So you can
Okay.
see on the start screen, Francis.
Roger,
Yeah.
can you hold on and let me duplicate my screen? Okay. Okay, yeah, my screen is now. So let me just check. Do we all have 0.7.5 open? Okay, so are we ready? We should open R-Instat and then you follow as I do. You can either look from here. Okay, so you can look from here, not be on the be looking at the shared screen. Okay, and then just open your own R-Instat. Cool. Yeah, 0.7.5. Is that okay?
For the tutorial, I hope everybody's got that, but otherwise this will work just about the same from each version. But
Okay.
0.7.5 is doing quite well. Okay, you ready to start?
Ready.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you ought to see in front of you, Francis, import from library. Could you click on that?
Okay, so import from library.
Yeah. Okay. And I noticed that they might not all do that. They might have data sets, but there's, when you click the from package thing, can you just click that so you see all the library data sets? You're at ggplot2 already. If you click there,
Yeah.
if they're not there, can you click there? Right. And then even if they're not there, they need to get to ggplot2 as you have got to. So clicking on ggplot2, and then they can double click or click on diamonds. The first one is diamonds.
Are we all following?
Not on the package. You're now in the ggplot2. There's the first data set is called diamonds. And you click on diamonds, which is the first data set. No, you're back to the package. Not now, you're clicking on diamonds, and then you could click OK.
So, just a minute. Are you there, Roger?
I'm here.
Hello? Yes, guys, I think at this point in time, but we will not hear this. I'll put the speaker and then we can all leave it and just follow on from here, okay? So you can leave the call, okay, and don't be paying attention to the call. Okay, I want you all to leave the call. Does that make sense? And then our friend connects the speaker and then we can all hear from there. Okay? Roger, so just a minute. We'll just try to change the strategy a bit. Is that okay?
Yeah, for me, it's okay.
Might be disturbing you, so you will all listen from the speaker. Do you understand? Yeah, you can. Network. Same time.
Okay, Roger, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Great. Guys, so let's pay attention here and then use the screen. Okay.
Okay, am I going again?
As you told how to navigate yourself, you are describing data. Deep. Okay. The question again, so I asked for you. DJ. Okay, so Roger, there's a question. I'll emphasize that it's still just a tutorial. It's just that's the data set we decided to show what we to show. Okay, but all the other data sets, you could use them. But Roger, the question is that why did you choose ggplot out of the different data sets that they have? The package. So ggplot2 is the package which has data set. Okay. Sorry? Default, yeah. No. So would show you. So this one is using data set from R-Instat or R-Live. We'll show you another tutorial which allows you to copy data sets from your own file. Okay. Is that okay? Okay. I think we didn't unless you probably. Are you there?
I'm here. Tell me when you want me to go again.
Are you? Yes. Okay, yeah, so we are ready.
Okay, now you've got diamonds there. And remember, the aim of this is that you just get comfortable using the software. And this is not climatic. It's possibly the only data set that won't be climatic. And click OK. So you choose that data set and watch how long it takes to import. That's actually taking quite a long time. Okay, and it's now imported. If you look at the bottom, you will see that the spreadsheet view on the left is just showing you 1,000 rows of nearly 54,000 rows of data. If you think of daily data for 50 years, it's about 2 or 3 stations worth, and you've imported. So that's the number of rows. And with the new spreadsheet here, you can easily, could you double click? Can you see at the bottom next to the 53,000, there's a double arrow there. Yes, Francis, could you click on that? And then you will see, I hope you will see, have you clicked on it? I can't see from here. Okay. And then it should go to the bottom, and you now see you've gone to the end of the sheet. So you can move around a sheet. And one of the questions you should have is, I wonder how big those sheets can be. If 50,000 comes in.
Roger,
yes.
Could you hold on a minute? I want to check if people are following. Guys, are we all here? Are we following this? What's the challenge? where he imported the file. So please, again, like I said, because of the challenges we are having, that's why we are not allowing people to look at things from John and Alhaji. John Alhaji, just a minute. Let me say this and then we continue. But please, let's all pay attention a bit. The best thing for us is to remember, like I said, there's a tutorial, okay, and there's a video as well. We want you to have a practice as he talks through this. So if you pay attention just to some of the things quickly, but if we move forward and we have to come back, it becomes a problem. So let's just try to keep with the pace, okay? So where do we want to start all over again? You can't hear him. It's crazy. So you can just be on the call if you want to hear, okay? But again, because of the internet challenges, we wouldn't want it to be delayed in your side, and then you would have moved forward, and then you are calling us back. Otherwise, it messes the whole thing. Okay, that's why I decided that we all just use one system, so we follow at the same time. Okay, but if we want to use the earphones, that's fine. Otherwise, I can use that. Right. Okay. Yeah. So let's just pay attention on the slides, and then we can go by it if there are any challenges again. Okay. Roger, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
So do you want to start again quickly? Are we continuing or starting again?
Let's start again, but again, I think you should slow down a bit as well.
Okay. So to start again, Francis, could you click on the file menu? Can you click on the file menu at the left-hand side? And everybody can do that. Even if they're here, they should do the same.
Do I close and restart? Or just go to file?
File and close data set, which is useful. Can you click on the file?
Okay. File. Close data book.
Close data book, exactly. And it should take you back to the main menu that we had before.
Roger, can I check? Does everybody have this? Now, have we closed data book? You go to file and you close data book.
Yeah, let me say this something. During the online training, there was somebody keeping records of the processes, right?
No, we have that.
That is so that after he has done that part,
that's what I'm saying. There's a tutorial, it's there, and there's the video even to support it. So let's just pay attention, please. All right. Roger, could you go on?
Okay, and just to emphasize, you don't need to take notes. People often make this very slow because they're trying to take notes. We've provided the tutorial, which has all the notes you need. We've provided the video, which has more. So just try and be practical. It's good when you use a stats package to just do it and practice. So you're practicing, not making notes. So can you see at the top, there is import from library. Could you click on import from library?
Import from library. Import.
Now you notice that the dialog has remembered where it was before. And so it has remembered ggplot2, and it has got the diamonds, and you could double click on the diamonds line, or you could now click OK. So choose either double click or click OK.
Like Roger said, it's good to practice and not think you have the notes there. And so you probably can go and look at it later, which you would never be able to. You probably will not be able to look at it again.
And now
Continue,
you notice this looks like a spreadsheet. And you must always check with your data. How many rows of data do you have? And how many columns? And you should see here, you've got nearly 54,000 rows of data. And if you look a bit to the right, you can see it's 10 columns. Now you look up at the top and you see that the name of each column is at the top. And the first column is called carrot, and nothing is after carrot. But the second column is called cut. And after cut in brackets, it says OF. And OF stands for ordered factor. So that's how R thinks of as categorical data. So you have number columns and categorical columns. And this data set has 3 categorical columns: cut and color and clarity. And then the other columns are number columns. It has 7 number columns. And these categorical columns are actually in order. So they go from fair to good to very good to ideal and to premium. I'm not sure which is the best between ideal and premium. So we've learned a bit about our data, quite happily. We also have learned that R-Instat just shows a window onto the data. And we see on the right-hand side, you will get the results. Now, if you remember the description that Francis gave, usually we would prepare the data. But here, these data are nicely prepared. That's why we use this example. And so we can go straight to describe. So can you go to describe and one variable and graph?
Describe, one variable, and then graph. Okay. Describe, one variable, graph.
Go to describe. So what's the no.
Roger, let's continue.
And
Guys,
now,
let's tone down a bit.
yep. Now you
Go
see
ahead,
your first dialogue. And you see on the left-hand side is all the data in your data frame. This is called your selector. And you're going to select things to analyze. And they're going to go on the right-hand side, the ones you select. This time, we're going to select all. So can you right-click anywhere in there and right-click and then choose the option Add All? So are you managing to do that? You're right-clicking and choosing the option Add All, and all the columns should go from the left-hand side to the right-hand side. There's a big lag on it, so I'm not seeing that yet. Is that okay on yours?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And once you've got all the columns on the right-hand side, there they are on my machine, on my version now. And now all we need to do is press OK, and we have some results. So click on the OK button. And soon, I hope, you will see some graphs on the right-hand side. Okay. There are some graphs. And you notice we have 10 graphs because there are 10 columns of data. You also should notice that the type of graph depends on the type of data. Number columns have one type of graph, which we call a box plot. And the category columns have a bar chart. That's pretty neat. R provides a different type of presentation depending on the type of data. Okay. Now, if you were using R routinely, you would keep going back and changing the commands. With R-Instat, you keep going back and you change the dialogue a little bit. So let's change the dialogue just a bit with the same thing. So can you go to that little icon where it shows the graph, the picture of the dialogue, and click on that to give the last dialogue.
Okay.
So
So Roger, are you happy to share your screen instead?
I can try. Yes.
Because of the internet dropping in and out. Or it's
Okay.
okay, we can continue.
Which way? Do you want to continue or do you want me to share my screen?
If you can, that would help. So that's
Okay. I don't know. Let me just check. I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to share the screen and share. So I'm sharing, I hope, every screen. And I'm now going to, I've got to go into R-Instat on mine. So that's fine. I'm going 0.7.5. And I don't know if you're seeing my screen. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay,
yeah, we can.
I'm going to do the same thing to catch up with where I hope you are. I'm going to import from the library. And I've got data sets here. I don't want the data sets package. I want to have the ggplot package. And there it is. And I'm doing this bit quickly because you've already done this. And then there's the diamonds. And I'm going to say, OK. And then I have the diamonds imported. And then I'm still catching up, so I'm going quite fast. I'm going to describe one variable graph. And I am right-clicking, and I'm adding all from the selector into the receiver. So this is the selector, and this is the receiver. And then I'm clicking OK. And I'm now seeing the graphs. So this is where we got to. So now I'm going to go a bit more slowly, and I hope you're going to do the same things as I explain. So I would now like to go back to my dialogue and change it a little bit. So that's very common. So this button especially, and you see it says edit last dialogue. So I just click here and I get the last dialogue back. So can you do that? And when you're ready, I have the last dialogue. You now notice one other thing with these dialogues, that they remember where they were when you pressed OK last. And it comes back just like that. And that's usually just what you want. This time it isn't. This time I want to clear all these from the data set. And possibly the best way is to press reset. So I want to put this right back to where it was before. I click on the reset button at the bottom. Could you do the same? And now I reset and I'm ready to start again. This time, I don't want to have all the columns. I don't want the factor columns. I just want the columns from depth to Z, just those 6 columns. So I press the shift click, as you always do, to mark all, or you can drag it down. So for those 6 columns, I now add them into the receiver. You now notice one difference, or you may, if you're very observant, notice a difference in what I've got here, that before I had a combined graph because they're combined with 2 different types. Now it says facets, and facets are very nice. Usually they're very nice. And so I'm going to keep this facets, and I'm now going to press OK again, and we see what we get. So when you're ready with those 6 there, could you press OK again and see if you get a very nice graph or set of graphs? And I hope John and Al-Haji are patrolling round to check that people are continuing to do this. This is what we did in the Kenya course, and it worked quite well. So if you need any help, ask John and Al-Haji as they go round, while Francis continues to demonstrate and possibly show you again at the front, or you look at my screen. Okay, I'm ready. I'm going to press OK unless you tell me I'm too quick. Now I've pressed OK. And usually this graph is very nice, but here it's not very nice. And now you should have a look what is wrong. So facets are usually very nice, especially for climatic data, because we only have the axis on the left-hand side. We don't bother with it here. And here, that is a disaster.
Hold on a second, please. Are we all good? Are we all okay? Yeah. There's a problem there. Roger, just okay, I'll sort them out later. So for now, you should pay attention here. Okay, we can, aside those 2 people, are we good? Yeah. I would want you to pay attention, and then I can correct it for you. Then the next session you'll be fine. So please, it will take a while for me to make that correct that. Okay. Please. Okay, so for now, let's just pay attention here and then. Yeah. Roger, yeah, we can go on.
Shall I continue?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're doing the same thing as you will do when you use it. We need to go back to the dialogue to correct it. So we click and we go back to the last dialogue. And here it is, just as we left it. And this didn't produce a good option, so we click on the graph options. Can you see this button, graph options? Well, that's all we've got. We want to make it a better graph. And here's the graph options, so we click. And the thing that's wrong, you notice in passing that we can have many different sorts of graph, not just a box plot and a bar chart. We can choose different ones, but we have a problem with the display. So we click. And then we look to see if there's something we can improve. And the answer is we click on the free scale axis for the facets. Aha. So we have now gone from the dialogue to a sub-dialogue. And remember, we're just learning how to use R-Instat. That's the main aim.
Hello, Roger.
Hello?
Yeah, I think Francis is saying you should hold on a little.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, Francis says you should hold on a little.
It's fine. You should continue. It's fine. It's fine.
Please, you can continue.
I can continue. Okay. And so from the dialogue, we've made a correction. We press return. And then we hope that's okay. So we press OK. And I want you to notice the difference in the results. Aha. Now the results are better, where each graph has its own axis. And so each of the pictures is rather better. Now, we will discuss later exactly how to use and what a box plot is. But what I want to do now is to go to a different dialogue. And I want you to notice how we use different dialogues in just the same way. So once you can use one dialogue, you can use them all. So I want you now to go to describe one variable, and instead of graph, can you go to summarize? When you're ready, please click on summarize. I'm waiting for everybody to be ready. So describe one variable, summarize.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going ahead.
Roger, could you slow down a bit, please? Are we all there?
Describe one variable, summarize. We've already done one variable graph, and we describe one variable, summarize. Can I go on?
Yes, please. We're good, right? Good. Roger, please go on.
Okay, now we're going to see, it's a different analysis because we're going to get numerical summaries. But as you look at this, you should say, oh, that's very familiar. This looks like the one we had before. So we'll right click and add them all, just as before. And once you've added them all, just as before, we press OK. And by the way, this is a dialogue we're going to use a lot of times with the climatic analysis. It's going to turn out to be very useful indeed. So we click OK. And then you may have to move this slightly, as I do, to get the results looking clear. And then you see that we have very similar results to the results before, where we've got the minimum value, the smallest caret is 0.2. We've got the lower quartile, the median, the mean, the third quartile, and the maximum. That's for a number column. For a category column, it gives you instead the number in each category, except for clarity, where it's not very clear. So we'll do the same as we did for the other dialogue. We return to the last dialogue and make a small change. So click there and you return to the last dialogue. You notice it's just as you left it, which is very useful because you want to make a small change. So could you make the 7 up to maybe 10? Actually, when we think of climatic, 12 is a nice number. And you might think why 12 is a nice number for a categorical column. Can anybody think why 12 is a nice number in climatic for categorical data?
Are we good? So Roger asked the question. He's saying, why do we think 12 would be a good number for maximum pattern? For climatic data, why would one think 12 is a good number? So Roger, there is an answer.
12 months.
There are 12 months. We often have in climatic data, one of the columns is often the month. And you're absolutely right. There are 12 months in the year. So we often set this to 12, and that's very nice for climatic data. So let's set it to 12. We press OK. And now we've got all the results we need with here. And we've got this categorical column is now nice and complete. So we often do that. We often go back and get a similar result where you change the dialogue very slightly. Now, we've almost finished this first tutorial, and then my guess is that you're late for lunch. And so I just want to do one more thing in this tutorial. I want to do, just to show you something else. I want to do, instead of one variable, 2 variables. Or 3. And I want you to go to correlations. Tell me when I can click, when you've got that far. And you click on correlations. Can I continue?
Yes, Roger, please continue. I have lunch is delayed a bit, so you can continue.
Okay. Now, in the correlations, let's take the last 5 columns from table down to Z. And so we're not taking all, we're taking 5 columns. And we will click here. Uh-oh. Yes, no, I think you are all right. Here's where we had a problem in Kenya, but we'll check. I think you are all right. Now, do not press OK yet, because we want to click on the options. So click on the options here. Am I okay to do that?
Yes.
And then I want to have a pairwise plot rather than no graph. And when you've got that, let's click on return. So you're getting the idea, I hope, that you use R-Instat through using these dialogues. And sometimes you can use the dialogue simply, and sometimes you need a sub-dialogue. And when you get to a sub-dialogue, you press return to go back to the main dialogue. And now you can press OK to get your results. Oh, what's happened? Oh, I've got a problem on my machine that there's no package called core. I hope you're okay on your machine.
Yeah.
Are you okay, you guys?
No. Still running. Successfully.
So there's one laptop which is okay. I don't know about the other. Has anybody?
In the new version, which I hope you downloaded, there should be the package called core. So you should be all right.
Yeah, all right.
Good. So you should see you've got a very nice graph as well as having summary results. And this is a wonderful new package we've included. And so now you've got things I can't get yet. I will get it in a minute because we have to make that, I have to make this correction. But you should now look and see, gosh, what an interesting presentation. And you get an idea of how powerful R is in doing these analyses. So I'm not quite sure what mine is doing because I don't have this package. I thought I did. I thought I'd corrected that on my machine.
Yeah, most of them are fine yet.
Good. So that's roughly the end of the first tutorial. And my guess is you guys are late for lunch. Is that correct?
So,
Not really.
so Roger, I hear lunch is delayed, so we can continue till.
Okay.
Not ready.
Okay, now I've actually got it. Oh, I understand. So here's the results you've got. And I'm pleased I've got that because this is quite important. You should have similar results to this. And this shows how powerful R is. And you can start picturing these sorts of things for climatic data if these were different stations and you're getting correlations between stations. You can also be asking, you know, in the olden days, people said you can have graphs or you can have tables. And here, what would you call this? This is a table because it has numbers in it. But it's a graph because it has pictures in it. And it's both. And you begin to see how far you are from a spreadsheet. There's no way you could get results like this with 25 cells of a table quite nicely with 50,000 observations summarized, to have a visual look, to have these density graphs in the middle, and to actually have the correlations here as well. This gives you just a glimpse of the power of this package. Now, this is not using climatic data, but you get very similar results. You will be getting results like this for your climatic data fairly soon. And whether the correlations are between station data and satellite data, or between two stations, and so on, and maybe having them separately for each month. So you have 12 of these. All is possible. So that's the end of the material in the first tutorial. So I'm going to stop the first tutorial and request that you now, if you've been through this, there are different people here with different levels of experience. Remember, we have that tutorial printed out and it's available on the Moodle site, and we have videos. If you're finding that you're not very experienced, I do hope you might have time, if you've got a laptop, this evening to go through the videos or to practice yourselves. If you're more experienced, you don't need to do that because this is all very obvious. So depending on your experience, I think it would be worthwhile spending a bit of time this evening or not, going through the videos and practicing this yourself. And the next task for us to do together is more ambitious. We're going to go to the second tutorial. And if you're ready, I would propose we do that almost straight away. But I think it's time for you to have a bit of a discussion and reflect here on what you've learned in terms of the use of R-Instat and the dialogues. So this is a good time for questions and comments. And then if lunch is not ready for you, I would like to go straight on to the second tutorial, which uses climatic data.
Okay.
So go down for questions, right?
Okay, yes. Okay, Roger, that works. We'll take if there's any question.
Marvin,
I think that's
the question you asked.
Yeah.
So you don't understand the question. Okay. Now you understand.
Guys, it'll be good to have the discussion that we all partake. So what's the discussion?
Yeah, he's raising a point, but I don't understand.
It wasn't getting it, so I was telling you that like the different you know, understand carrots, I mean the description of diamonds. If you were to use rainfall and the temperature, you would have gotten the correlation.
I say I really anyway, yes, and I know. My question that's
So yeah.
Hello, Roger.
Yeah.
I want to ask a question. Concerning the graphs that have been generated. This one is more of like a facet. And you could see on the x-axis and then the y-axis, we have various scales for it. For example, when I pick the first plot, which we know is a combination of I'm talking about the first plot, yeah, the first one.
This one here?
No, this is the last one. The last one. I'm talking
Okay,
about
here up at the top.
yes. You know, all of them are corresponding to a particular axis. All right. So when I pick the first one, I see that for the y-axis, that is stable, and then also from the x-axis, it's also a table. So which is which? I am not very clear. Could you explain?
Okay, that's a good question. So at the here you've got table by table. So this is now a density plot. This is like a histogram of all the values for that variable. So this is like a histogram of table by table. And this one is price by price. So this is the diagonal, which is giving a one-way description of that data. So this is like a histogram, but it's called a density plot. So this is the diagonal has that. Now, if you come to here, this is now a scatter plot here of table by price. And so the price is here and the axis for table is down here. And so this is table by price and so on. And here we have the correlation of table by price, and you see the correlation isn't very high. Whereas if you come down here, we have the correlation of Y by X, and that correlation is very high, 0.975. So this is X by X, which is by itself, and this is the correlation here, and that's the same as this is the scatter plot. And you see, this is rather funny. There's a few odd observations, and they're particularly on a straight line, which is why the correlation is so high. You can see that correlation is high. Does that help?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, there's a lot more to show. Maybe you would like to save the graphs and put them in a PowerPoint display. There's lots more to show, but I think, I hope this helps a little bit on this.
Hello? Hello?
Any more questions?
Hello?
Yep.
Yes, so I want to get a clarification in terms of the x-axis label. When you look at when you look at the final graph, that's for table against the Z column.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, a Z row. Yeah. We have, if we are taking table and table, is it still using the last x-axis value in there?
So table by table would show you that this is now the sort of frequencies, and this is coming here, that the table values go from 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. And if you look at the table here, you can see in the table column, there's the values, 55, 61, 65. So those are the values that you're seeing at the bottom here. So, and then you can see most of them are right in this middle of about 60. So this is, as I say, looks like a histogram of that. But don't worry too much about the details of a presentation, because remember, this is just a presentation for diamonds. The key messages that come from this are the ease, how easily you can get a wide variety of results once you have data that is nicely tidy. And I want to compare that with the second tutorial, that where the data need to be tidied in a different way, so that you can get some good results. So the important thing is not understanding the details of these correlations, because unless you are about to get married, you may not be so interested in diamonds. But you should be interested in R-Instat and how it produces results. So you're learning how to use the dialogues. You are learning they are consistent with each other, and they seem to be easy to use. Okay. If lunch is not ready, can I continue to the second tutorial?
Yes, Roger, you can.
Okay. So I hope you're going to do the same again. So you're, as I say, depending on your experience, if you're very experienced, you can learn a lot by watching. If you're not so experienced, you learn very little by watching. You learn a lot more by doing. And while you're doing something, you should be curious and looking around at what the dialogues contain and think, I could change that slightly, and so on. So let me now move. I want to now get rid of the first tutorial So I've gone to File and Close Data Book. Could you do that?
Yes.
File, Close Data Book. When you click, it will ask you a question and you say, I don't need to save anything, just carry on.
Yes.
So I'm going to click on Close Data Book. It now says, are you sure you want to close your data? Any unsaved changes will be lost. I'm sure. Now, the next thing I like you to do, you notice we've lost the data. We have not lost the results.
Yes.
I would now like to move the dialogues back to where they were before, which is half and half. And this funny arrow is quite useful. So I find that's quite useful. So can you click? Can you see where I am? And it says reset to default layout. So I'm going to click here. Okay. And you can see we're back from our data point of view. We're back to the beginning. Now, in the second tutorial, I want you still to do import from library. So can you click on import from library? Are you here?
Yes.
Okay. And now instead of loading from R, so when I load from R, I'm taking some data sets from the packages, and we'll do a bit more of that later this afternoon. But I want to now have a special Instat collection because we don't have enough climatic data in the R packages. So Instat has some special ones. So can you click on load from Instat collection? And once you've done that, can you please click on browse and then go to climatic? Okay, are you ready? I'm going to click on browse. And now I'm going to the R-Instat library and I want to go to climatic. I'm clicking on climatic. And you notice we have data which people have kindly let us use for training from many countries, including Ghana. But I don't want to do that just now. Instead, I want you to click on the climatic guide data sets. And you notice that's Excel. So you're learning that it's easy to import from Excel. So when you're ready, could you click on climatic guide data sets?
Okay.
Down at the bottom. Are you ready? Can I do it?
Yes.
And I'm going to open that. Now, is everybody here?
Yes.
You should now notice that I have a lot of sheets in my, this is an Excel book. And I have a lot of sheets. And you notice these are squares. That's quite nice. This means you can import many sheets together if you wish. So as you're looking around, you see, oh, importing from Excel might be quite easy. And often you will have files in Excel. And you look on the left-hand side and you see there are also quite a lot of options, which we'll use later in the week, maybe. But now I just want to import one sheet, and that's Dodoma. Can you click on Dodoma? Now you stop and look. And I want you to check with the preview. Can you see the preview here? And I want you to check, are you feeling happy? Does it look nice to import? And for me, it does look nice. I've got names at the top, and the data starts on January the 1st. Not always will they do that, but if they do, it's nice that I'm importing January the 1st. There I've got rain. Oh, and I've got, oh, I can see that T-max and T-min and sunshine hours are missing values, which is NA. I'm feeling comfortable. This is looking like a nice set of data. Now, I want to tempt you. I want to make you uncomfortable. Could you skip the first row, which you sometimes have to do? Here you don't. So skip the first row. And now when you look at this preview, that was a big mistake because these names are not looking nice anymore. And I start on January the 2nd. Oh, this was a big mistake, skipping one row. So I put it back to 0 and it looks nice again. So when it's on 0, press OK. So when you're ready, can you press OK with the 0 for the rows to skip? Again, check how long it takes. Nice to have data from 1935. I'm going to click OK. Is that all right? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do what we did before. Let's go to the bottom. Can you see I've got 28,855 rows. Now, you must always ask, what is a row? Can you see here, a row is a day. So the first row is January the 1st, 1935, where there was no rain, and I didn't measure the temperatures or the sunshine. I was only measuring rainfall. On January the 2nd, I had 6.3 millimeters. By the way, these are pretty tidy data. Now we begin to understand with climatic data what you are aiming for. If your data are not tidy, that's fine. We will tidy it as the first step. These are already quite tidy. And you can begin to see, some of the data sets will have multiple stations. We've just got one station, but we've got the year in one column. Then we've got the month. Now we notice the month is a C, which is a character column. Maybe we'd like it to be an F for factor column, but we can do that later. This is the day of the month. Then we've got a column for each element. We've measured 4 elements. Now you begin to see how we like to have our data. I have to say for CLI data, it's easy to output the data in this shape, but if not, we can easily reshape the data. That's what you're going to do tomorrow. By the end of today, I hope you will say, R-Instat seems very simple, and we're just going to use these general menus. We're not going to use the climatic menu. We're not going to use your data. But we want to understand your data, and from tomorrow onwards, I hope we will mainly use the climatic menu and just your data from Ghana and from Gambia, of course, so that we go as far as we can. So we have 4 days with your data. Today is the day where you get very comfortable and say, I think this is going to be easy to use. And by the end of today, I hope the people in Ghana will agree with me. These data are from Tanzania. And Tanzania was quite special because with the old Instat, the last time we gave a course, we had 100 people from Tanzania from the different stations. We're all happy with the old Instat. I'm hoping that lots of people in Ghana, in your actual stations up in the north, where if they have a computer, they could also use R-Instat, that it's not too difficult. I hope by the time this workshop is finished, you will say, one of the things I want to do in the 2 years is to acquaint our staff in the north with their analyses of these data, because it's easy enough. And that will help the service quite a lot. Okay. Are we ready to continue?
Yes.
Could you look down? It's more interesting if you look towards the bottom. So could you click, as you did before, at this double arrow down here? And now we go again, a row is a day. And so now we go to 28,001th row is August the 30th, 2011. No rain. T max 27.7 degrees, T min 16.4, and sunshine 10.4 hours. Quite nice. Okay. Are we ready to continue just a little bit? Now, you could now picture one of the things we might want to do is what we did before. So you should now know how to do that. I want to do describe, one variable, summarize, as we did before. Can you do that?
Yes.
Now, as before, let's right click and add all. And then let's press OK. R-Instat should be coming familiar to you already. Let's click OK. I'll make it a little bit wider. We use this a lot. Right at the beginning to check, we imported from Excel. Are we happy with the data, or should we go back to Excel and make some corrections? Now, I want to show you what being happy means. I'm happy with the rainfall, only 91 missing values in 28,000. That seems quite nice. There were much more missing values in T max and T min, and a lot of missing values in sunshine hours. Please do not be too negative about the missing values, but because you have 28,855 values, so you do have 10,000 days on which you measured the sunshine. That's a lot of sunshine days of data. So let's be positive about what you've got and not negative about what's missing. Now, one of the other things I like you to notice is that the NAs here, there are none here. If there were missing values in the year or the month or the day, then I would go back to Excel. You cannot analyze time series data unless you know the time. If the year was missing, you'd have to go back to Excel to understand, why are there rows of data where I don't know the year or I don't know the day? And this I don't like. A month is character. So now, could you go to the month and could you right click and then click convert to factor? And you should find the C becomes an F. Can you do that? Convert to factor. And you should find quite quickly it has become an F. And then let's go back to our dialogue. There's our dialogue, and there it is. Now, remember, this has even remembered the 12, which is quite convenient now. Let's do the same thing again. We've gone back to the dialogue, we press OK. And now we notice that this is comfortable as well. And we notice two nice things here. These are in chronological order. January is before February. That's not trivial, because often if you're not careful, the months come in alphabetical order. where April is the first month because it begins with A. But here they don't. You notice we have more days in January than we have in February, which is quite reasonable. And the same in March, and that's a bit more than April. This is all looking quite nice as data. I feel comfortable in this. Can I continue? Are you okay? And are you feeling comfortable? This is quite easy.
Are we good? Roger, just hold on a minute. Let me check. Are we all okay? Yeah. Is anybody struggling? It seems everybody is fine, so please continue.
Okay. And now I want to ask them a question. I would like to, you remember we right click. You've already seen how we can right click here, and we've changed it to a factor. We could also right click here, and we can now see the R viewer. So if you right click at the bottom, you can view data frame. And I would like you to look at the data frame, and I have a question for you. Could you can see at the beginning of the data, there were no temperature measurements. When did the temperatures start? When did people start measuring temperatures in this data set? So could you view the data frame? Can you click on that? And that's going to show you the whole data frame. If you lose it, as I've lost it, it's still here. Oh, don't go away. Oi, mine is disappearing. Why is you disappearing? Is this because I'm sharing? Is yours disappearing?
Yeah, no.
No. So can you look down your data frame and tell me, I think this is all because of the sharing, and tell me which year did the temperatures start being recorded? You'll just have to, and you don't scroll down gently, you'll have to go down in chunks because it's quite a lot of years in.
That's an answer, 1958, someone says.
1958. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, that's quite good. Okay, so I would now like to do something which is very powerful in R-Instat and very important. I want to find the trends of the temperature. I want to get the annual temperatures and I want to find the trends. But before I do that, I might as well filter the data to only start in 1958. So filtering is like filtering in Excel and is very powerful. So I'm going to right click and filter the rows. Could you click on that? Filter rows and then wait for me.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Just a second. I think the March just came in, so that's probably yes. If you could hold on a second. Could you just hold on a second?
Yep.
I think it'll be done soon, and then we can move it. Roger.
Yeah.
How many minutes more could we anticipate to take?
I would need, we could, if it's now lunch is ready, then it would be worth having a break now and coming back.
Okay. Okay, great. Then we can. How long?
Shall we do that?
So we should just finish it. Because otherwise we don't.
I think it would be a shame to rush and it would be good to take another 20 to 30 minutes. So let's do that after lunch.
Okay, great. Great. Okay, cool.
We
Right, so
break
we
for
have
lunch.
then, yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm here when you're back.
All right, cheers. I'm sorry. What's the name?
Of course, here. Come with us. See what happens. Okay, you have to have this. This week, runs the things with it. And use the text. Okay, expose it. Processing. I didn't know we didn't see the tax, but we're giving it to my tax. So it's too much. Yes. What's next? Hi, hello. Yeah, we are back. Hi, Pooja, you ready?
Okay, I'm sharing my screen again. Can you see it?
Yes.
And can I continue from here? Are you there as well on your machines?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember when the temperatures started? Does anybody remember what year they started recording temperatures? The rainfall is from 1935. The temperatures are from?
1950.
Okay, so I would like to filter the data to start in 1958. And so can you right click, as you're getting used to, I hope now, and do filter rows? Right click and filter rows, as you see on the screen. Okay.
Are we all good?
You should be here. We don't have any filters. So could you define a new filter? Click on define new filter. You should be here in define new filter. Are you all here?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to choose the variable year. And I'm going to say the year is greater than 1957. So if it's, oh no, not greater than or equal to, greater than. Otherwise, greater than or equal to 1958. You can choose. So your screen should look like this. The year is greater than 1957, or you could have it greater than or equal to 1958. And I find it safe if you can use the keyboard rather than typing. But you can type into there. When you're ready, could you click on Add Condition?
Click on Add Condition.
So I'm going to add the condition, and the condition is there. When you have the condition there, you notice it's called filter, which is not a very good name, but we'll keep it. And then you press return to go back to the main dialog. When you're ready, I want to press return. But you must have the year greater than 1957 down here in the dialog, which you got from adding the condition. So now I'm pressing return. And you can see the filter is previewed here. And when you're ready, could you please click OK? You see now I have filter up here. That's the one I'm selecting. Can I press OK?
Yeah. Yes, we're done.
Now, you should notice that this left-hand side has gone red. And you're starting in row 8,402, which is the 1st of January, 1958. And you have T-max and T-min. Nice. Okay, are you ready to continue? This should be in red for you.
Yes.
Now I want to ask a different question. How many observations in T-max and T-min are now missing? And I'm going to look, I'm going to get the last 10 dialogues here. And I want to do one variable summarize again. You can go back through the menu if you like, but I'm going to choose it from here. So when you're ready, could you click on one variable summarize? And once you've clicked on it, could you say OK? Can I do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you should find the dialogue is as you left it, which is fine. Just click OK. I'm going to click OK now. Now you should examine the results. you should see that NA in the rainfall is still 91. So those missing values were after 1958. Now NAs in Tmax are only 230. They were 8,000. But most of those was before they started measuring. After we started measuring, there are only 230 days when Tmax was missing. And there are 302 days when Tmin was missing. Aha, that's pretty good. After temperatures were started, there's less than a total of a year of missing values in the temperatures. That's good quality data. So that's answered a different question. I also noticed these values are quite reasonable. The minimum for Tmax is 15.2 and the maximum 35.5. It seems quite sensible. These are high quality data. The minimum for Tmin is 7.9 and the maximum is 25.5. Again, highly reasonable. The one value that is questionable is perhaps that this is 14. That's not questionable for much of Ghana, but this is the sunshine hours. And I don't think the day ever has 14 hours. It's quite near the equator, or relatively near the equator. So 14 hours is a lot of sunshine in a day. But that's the worst, that's not bad. Okay, we're ready to continue. Now, the big task. I would like to look at the trend in Tmax and Tmin on an annual basis, in the mean of them. So, but these are daily. I need to get the yearly. So I'm going to do prepare, data reshape, because I'm going to get a new data frame for yearly data. And this is what you saw when Francis showed you one of the slides. We're going to now look at one of these dialogues. So I'm going to go to column summaries. Are you ready? Okay.
Yes, okay.
Now, the variables to summarize are Tmax and Tmin. So put Tmax and Tmin in there. You can double click or you can click and add. You notice this is called a multiple receiver because you can put lots of columns in if you want. And then can you click down here so that this becomes the turquoise? That's the field you're going to be using. So I want to summarize that by year. I want the yearly summaries. So could you put year here? And then when you're ready, I want to click on the summaries to see which summaries I would like. Can I do that?
Yes, yes.
So now you see 3 are ticked, N not missing, N total. N total is not interesting because that's, remember, these are summarized over year. So N total is either 365 or 366, but N not missing is interesting. And for temperatures, I don't want the sum, but I do want the mean. So I've just got 2 of them ticked, N not missing and the mean. Later this week, we'll look at temperature extremes. So we'll get the minimum and the maximum as well. You notice there's many things we could get when we summarize, but for now, these will do. Just the N not missing and the mean. And we've unticked the sum and we've unticked N total. So we just got 2 ticks there. Oh, I got rid of it. There and there. When you're happy, press return. And then let's press OK. You'll notice that sometimes the result is missing. And notice also that this data frame has just 56 rows of data. Now, I hope you've got this as well. One row is a year. In the original data, one row was a day. So we've got 56 years of data. I'm not so keen on all these missings when only a few days were missing. So I'm going to try another option with the missing values. We'll spend a long time with this in the main course. So can you go back to the dialogue? And can you tick on omit the missing values here? We'll discuss this later in the workshop in detail, what the options. But this time I want you to tick this and then say OK. And you will see it fills in all these missing values. Okay. With this option, here there were 354 days, and here were 359. It's used those days, whereas before it said that was missing because something was missing. So now we just use the days we have. Are you still with me?
Yes.
So
Yes.
now we have the mean of T max and the mean of T min, and we've got the year. I want to do a graph to see, is there any trend in my temperature data? So we've done our preparing of the data. So do you remember in the diamonds data set, we didn't need to prepare, it was all okay. But here we needed to prepare. Because here we started with daily data, but we wanted to do the analysis of yearly data. So here we now have the daily data here, as before, the year here. So this is just like Excel, where you have multiple sheets. But we're calculating, we're using the dialogues. We don't need to copy paste or do things like that. Okay, ready for the graph. So let's do describe. Describe specific tables graphs, and I want a line graph. So here, line. When you're ready, you click on it, and I'll wait a little bit. Okay, can I click?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Are we on there? Roger, just a second. Are we on?
So we are.
Just a second. Are we going to continue?
Yes.
You can't take. I don't know what happens. I use connected. Aside, everybody's
Yeah.
Guys, where are we all? I want to know where I asked you to go back. Just one step. Is that the case for everyone? I want to check it. Sorry, you are here. So, Roger, can you go a step backwards, one step backwards?
So I've said we have here the 56 rows of data, which are each one of them reflects a year from 1958 to 2013. And here we have the mean of T max, and here we have the mean of T min. I want to do a graph of these means against the year. And so I'm going to do describe, specific tables graphs, line graph. Tell me when I can accept it.
Are we okay? Is this clear now? Yeah. Yeah, Roger, please go ahead.
Okay, so here's my dialogue. And this is for a line plot. So I must say, what is the Y and what is the X? I'll start with T min, which is the bottom one. The mean of T min there, notice the turquoise comes down here. And I want to plot the mean of T min against the year. So I have mean of T min here, and I have the year here. Don't press OK. I have more to do. Okay, so I have the mean of T min, I have the year. I want to add the points, so I click here. And I want to add a line, so I click here with the standard error. So you should have these three ticked as well. Add the points, add the line, add the standard error. Here you've got the mean of T min and the year. When you're ready, press OK.
You all good? Are we good? I need to see. Yes. Yeah, we are good, right?
Okay, press OK.
There's a question. Yes. Yes, Roger, you can go ahead.
I'm pressing OK.
Yeah.
And now I see that in Dodoma, temperatures have been rising considerably. In fact, you can do this if you like. I'm going to press this graph thing here to look at the graph in the R viewer.
So if you want to see the graph data, you should click that graph sign up there. Guys, so if you want to see a data graph, click the line graph sign up there.
And then you could maximize it.
And you maximize. So click there. a graph sign.
And you might like to look at the results. You can see in 1960, just after they started measuring, the mean of the line was just over 16 degrees. By 2000, it was over 17 degrees. So it has increased by a degree in 40 years, which is about 2.5 degrees per 100 years.
Roger, a minute. Guys, he's trying to explain the results, so you should try and pay attention. Sorry. Roger, please hold on. So, so go through that. Alright, you all good? Roger, please proceed.
Okay,
Guys,
now
pay attention to the
I'm
explanation.
closing this window, and I like to do the same for Tmax. Now that is very easy. Do you remember? Now you should be familiar. You go back to the last graph or the last dialogue, and then click at the top here where it says mean T min and change that to mean T max. So now this says mean T max. And then press OK. Can I press OK now? This was a very easy step and a very valuable one. You get good value here. So I just changed the mean T min to the mean T max here. And then I'm going to press OK. And you see in this place, maximum temperatures have gone up a lot less than minimum temperatures. It looks like a trend, but not nearly as much. So the diurnal range is getting smaller because the minimums are going up faster than the maximums.
Hi, Roger. Please. If you pay attention, because this is just some analysis I did that will be used for your research. Some of the basic things you can use. So if you don't pay attention to what some of these commentary that will come with these points, probably just take it once without reading. So please let's pay attention to some of the things. And if we have questions, we can ask. Sorry. So we can continue. Roger, please continue.
I'm almost finished now. I'm just going to review. So I've come to the end of the second tutorial, and you can see the dialogues we've used. We've used quite a lot of dialogues now. And I'm going to return to this dialogue just to explain. This dialogue is very different to the other ones, but some things are the same. So this is our selector. Here we've got a single receiver for a single column, and here another single receiver. In other dialogues, we've got multiple receivers. Then we have some options here, which can help you do exactly what you want. And if you need more flexibility, you've got sub-dialogues, which you get to with these buttons. But once you can use a few dialogues, you can use them all. So learning to use R-Instat is just learning to understand the logic of the dialogues. So I like to finish by just explaining a bit of that. And this reviews what Francis told you, that we start with the file menu, where we can import data into R-Instat. And later, of course, we could save data, or we could export it. That's the file menu. You've used that in many packages. We have the prepare menu, where you prepare the data for the analysis. And although many people like statistics part, the prepare is often the biggest amount of work for you, doing the prepare. And so you have seen us use little bits on the prepare menu, and you will see a lot more as we go through the next days. Once you've prepared the data, you can describe them. And you saw the one variable description earlier. Now you've seen a 2-3 variable where we've looked at these graphs. And the dialogues are all very similar. So we hope you're getting quite confident that this could be quite easy to analyze your data. We're trying to get R-Instat easy enough that it's also useful in schools. We think it's easy enough that for the problem with the schools is not many of them have the computers, but those that do, there's nothing difficult about this. And therefore we think that R-Instat may be accessible to all your staff, even if they have not got much past school education. And that could be quite interesting for the work that we need to assess later on, because people in volunteer stations and your staff in your northern stations could well make use of this and produce products themselves. Meanwhile, you produce more advanced products because you're at the headquarters. Are there more questions on this now?
Yes. So does it mean that no, I said it. Okay. Roger, please can you hear me? Why? All right. What I'm trying to ask is this. We are interested so far. What you have shown us is based on 2 parameters. That is the maximum and the minimum temperature. And for the rainfall, I think it was also part of the parameters that was used, and then it was filtered. Yeah, so it means that the same thing, the same approach can be used to generate probably the maximum rainfall for every year.
Yes, that's it. That's good. So Roger, are you there?
Yes. Yep.
Did you hear that question, or should I repeat?
I thought this was saying, could we use the same idea to generate the maximum rainfall each year?
Yes.
I think that is so easy that I propose we do it. Would you like to do it?
Yeah, so in this case, so we putting all three outputs together in one plot, yes.
Let's take that as a challenge and let's do this. There's one slight problem, but we don't mind that. So go back to data reshape and column summaries. Then let's clear, right click and clear the temperature data because we've finished with them now. And instead put in the rain. Now, we need different summaries here. So when you're ready, you should have rain here, not Tmax and Tmin. And when you're ready, can you click on the summaries? Okay, I'm going to proceed. I'm clicking on the summaries. I still want the N not missing, but this time I don't want the mean because that's the average of rainfall on a day, but I want the sum to give the annual total. And then I'll get the maximum to get the extreme value. That's the maximum on any day in the year. So I've got three things. N not missing we had before, the maximum we've now added, and we've swapped for the, instead of the mean, we're getting the sum. And then I press return. Can I do that? Okay. And then just press OK. So in 1960, the maximum rainfall on a single day was 83 millimeters, and the total rainfall in the year was 632 millimeters. And you have these values for each year, just as before. There's one thing we could do slightly better. Does anybody know what it is with the rainfall? Anybody know what we could have done better?
This was there's a sound. And then this one is the maximum.
I'm going to go back here. Our work started in 1958 because that's when the temperature started, but the rainfall started earlier. So there was no need for the rainfall to start our summaries in 1958. We should have taken this away and started in 1935, because the longer the amount for rainfall, the more precisely your results can be found. So better to analyze the whole rainfall record, which we could have done. That's quite easy as well. There's one more thing we might want for the extremes. and we will do that later. Here we have the maximum rainfall. That is the amount. It would be nice also to know when in the year you had the maximum rainfall. Which month in the year did it occur? That would be useful to know. And we haven't got that here, but we do have it when we get to the climatic analyses. Okay. Anything more? There are two more things I would like at least to mention today to prepare for tomorrow. One of them would be more practical, but we may not have time. We have 45 minutes. And I also need to understand the data, because tomorrow morning, I would like to be starting with your own data. That is probably best discussed by you guys. I don't think you need me there, but tomorrow I'm hoping that you will do climatic analysis to tidy and do quality control on both your rainfall and your temperature data, starting with rainfall and temperature for daily data. Then on Wednesday, we broaden it out. Maybe not just daily, maybe hourly, maybe other data sets, and not just rainfall and temperature, but sunshine hours, wind speed, and so on, and wind direction, so that you can have some very nice circular data, which you plot with wind roses. So there should be a little discussion among you of what data you have. And ideally, you will have a few stations that you could look at together, and then maybe more stations, if you wish, that different groups of people then look at. Each group looks at a different set of stations, if you would like to do that. Otherwise, you can just stay with the sets of data that you look at together.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't need long to discuss that, I would quite like to do another bit of practical work to give you a bit more practice, but I'm not sure there's time.
Yeah. So I think someone has a question then. We see what.
Yeah. Following up what's I wanted the three outputs put together.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, that they do not have the same scale. So they do not have the same scale.
They have just the option of.
And I know that. So there could, but maybe I think we are moving ahead. So let's just keep with this one. We probably can do that by doing facets, where like you can have just temperature and rainfall if they have that facet. Then they have different scales, but putting them all on the same scale, they don't. So, Roger, given you are on now, do we do that practical bit of work? And I think
are you comfortable that we can start tomorrow with some nice sets of data? If you are, we can do another practical using the Climdex data. Otherwise, you may want to be discussing the data sets for tomorrow now. It depends. We don't need everybody necessarily to discuss the data. It depends what shape they're in, what people would like. So that's very much up to you. But if there's time for another little practical, then it would just help to prepare you. But we don't have to do that.
Okay. Are we ready with your data? Yeah, just the presentation on it, and then we discuss. Yes. I give you Okay, so Roger, let's just do the presentation on their data and then see.
Yep, I think that would be very good. Over to you. Now I'm a listener.
Okay, good. So I
Is that somebody who okay. I go to blog. Okay, take mine off. That's it. You know what? Come in.
She said. Yeah, just a minute. What's this thing?
Sure.
This is not connected.
What's that?
Right. Can you get stuff from?
Library 100%. Write me mine. Write me your mind from iPhone, PCNO, CINO, M1AC, connected to Galaxy.
Can you hear me now? Roger, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so yeah, we are ready to present. So
Okay, good.
Madam Elikem. So maybe if you have any question, you could maybe point it.
No, I'm fine, ready for the presentation. Looking forward.
We still can't hear you through the. Yes, okay, better. Okay. Yes, if you will.
Okay. Okay. So talk about the types of station and distribution of stations over Ghana. We have 22 SNOT stations, as we all know, 480 rainfall stations, 195 automatic weather stations, and 108 agro-meteorological and climatological stations. This is how the stations are distributed across the country. You can see from the map on my left, we have 92 ATCOM, AWS, 103 TAMO, 41 AgroMet, 67 Climate, 480 rainfall, 22 SNOT stations. The overall total number of stations, overall total of AWS is 195, and the total number of SNOTic rainfall, Clamo, and Agro is 16. The overall total is 805 stations scattered across the country. So from these stations, we get our data from. This is where we get our data. I'm done. Thank you. So we've not put down anything, but we have data on rainfall, temperature, mass RH, and all that. No, I've not prepared any slide on that, but no clarity. From the clarity.
Hi, Roger, are you there?
I'm there.
Hello. Do we try to show us some? They didn't quite prepare to show like sample data and things like that. Would you want to see something like that? I think I could have.
Yes, you're welcome.
Okay.
I'm interested also that with all those AgroMet and the climate stations, as well as the synoptic stations, are they all in CLI-data, and are they all up to date in CLI-data? So we could have, I wonder how many stations we could have records from 1961 to 2020.
Okay, I think Madam Elikem.
Okay, we can do that later, Francis. Maybe tomorrow. Let's prepare.
Yeah, so I think his question is it, Roger, is to find out how many stations could we get having data coming from 1960 onwards?
Oh, we can get from the synoptic stations and the Climo and AgroMet stations from 1960.
Yes.
Even some are far back to the 80s, 18 something.
Okay. And so that should be about, per what you had shown, should be about 600 stations.
Oh, no.
I said some, not all. Snorting stations, all of them we can get. But the agreement and then the Claremont stations, some of them. So I have to cross-check properly and then let you know tomorrow.
I'm also interested in what they would wish to do from tomorrow. Would they wish to just, in this workshop, concentrate on just the data from a few stations, just to learn the ideas? Or would they be happy to have quite a lot of stations with different groups analyzing different stations?
So Roger, please, maybe I just make you, I put you on the, because Roger is saying something, also saying, so he's speaking. So those of you can connect with your earphones, just connect and listen to. Could you go again, Roger? Sorry.
I'm interested to know what their wishes are for the data that we will use from tomorrow. Would they wish to concentrate on the methods for just a few stations with everybody looking at the same data, or would they prefer the more exciting possibility where different groups of participants look at different stations, so that we would have some demonstrations with a few stations, and then the groups might split up to look at 9 stations each, and there might be 4 groups, so there's 36 stations looked at altogether to practice. What would they prefer?
Yeah, guys, over to you. Yeah, you can speak into it. Are you connected?
I think it's best.
Roger, did you hear that?
No, I didn't, but I'm quite happy if you concentrate on the discussions among yourselves. You don't have to have me in the center of all this, and then maybe Francis, you and I could do a catch up this evening, and if necessary, we continue the discussion of the data early tomorrow as we start using them. But very happy to have you driving it and deciding whether you want to have a quick look at a sample of the data now, or you want to keep discussing the different stations. I wouldn't mind also if there were 5 minutes for the group from Gambia to just say a little bit about the data that they have as well.
Okay, so we'll do that. We'll just round up with the GMet one, maybe continue tomorrow with their presentation, and then we can have the Gambia people. So.
And just to say, it might be useful if we have a small sample of the data so we know the shape this evening, to just check and plan how we're going to use the data tomorrow. If there's a particular shape that they always supply their data in, then it would be good to have that just a little bit ahead of time, but it's not necessary. We can do it interactively tomorrow if need be.
Okay, sure, I will check that. Thanks.
Over to you.
All right, so we'll continue with the discussion and I'll catch you up.
we probably can have X number of stations, maybe 4 people are working with someone in another like different data sets. Then you try and see whether what we have done together, you can kind of apply to yours. And then if we could share some of the interesting things you probably would have found in the individual places you have. Maybe in Tamale, you realize that there were a lot of missing data, or maybe cases where the minimum temperature was always greater than the maximum temperature. In cases like the massive are finding 1,000 liters of rain on a day, and those kind of things. So those are the
Let's just
Hello? Harold, are you there? It's on mute, muted, but so why aren't we hearing? Okay, yeah, then speak louder. Okay. Don't you say? Sorry.
Good afternoon.
What's it?
Good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon, my colleagues. I just mentioned by my colleague, the data source. I also want to share the way the Gambia we have the type of stations we have and how they are distributed across the country. Type of stations. We have different type of stations. We have rainfall stations, we have synoptic stations, we have marine stations, and we have one automatic station which is run by one research center for the agricultural purposes. We have 10 stations, synoptic stations that are distributed across the country, and we have 24 rainfall stations. We have 14 automatic stations, 9 ATCON, 2 Viasala, and the one that the agronomists, the research people are using, they obtain the station from the UK Met office. That is purely agromet. They're using it for their research. It is located in the research field. But the department is tasked with the responsibility of maintaining and collecting the data for them. So the 10 synoptic stations are distributed across the country from Banjul to Basse. And the other 24 rain stations are also distributed among the agrometeorological centers that we have, because every region has a DEC, we call it a district extension office, responsible for the agricultural activities within that district. So every district have their own station so that we monitor the rainfall situation within that area. Basically, these are the stations that we have in the Gambia. And we have one marine station located at Banjul at the main harbor where we have all the ships landing, bringing goods into the country. These are the 10 stations that we have so far. And these are the type of operations that we are doing. The 2 Viasala stations are also located in 2 agri research centers, even though they are not purely for agromet, but they are located there because they will also need, they said they need the information. But in addition to that Viasala station, they also have their own rain measuring stations there. But they just needed the temperature to back what they are doing, because they also conduct research in those stations. Thank you.
Good. So just like with GMet, it would be good to also have an idea of how your data structure is.
Yeah.
If someone comes to the Gambia Met and asks for data, how does the person receive the data? If it's daily, the person asks for daily data, how does the person receive that data?
Yeah.
If it is monthly, how does the person receive it? If it is yearly, or even if it's hourly or 3 hourly,
how is that possible? That's available. How does one receive such data set?
Yeah, if you request based on what you request, you can either receive it in two ways. Either you come with your flash, we can give it to you, or you can drop in your email address. But there is a formal letter that you will have to write to the management that you are requesting.
Actually, if I'm asking about how the structure of the data.
Yeah.
So that's more what
the entire data that we are using as of now, we are using Excel to enter our data as of now. So anything that we are sending, we enter hourly data, no daily data in some instances, and some for the automated session, some are on hourly data. But
some here, right?
yes, I have some data here that is on hourly, and there are some automatic sessions that are also in 15 minutes. So they are different type. It depends on what you want. Like if some will come and they will tell you, I will want to know every 15 minutes these variables. Some will tell you I want it in hourly. Some will tell you I want it in daily. Some will tell you I want it in monthly, and some will tell you this monthly. They can tell you we want it either in mean, or they can tell you you want it in maximum or the minimum, depending. Some will tell you we want to know, like one instance is they were designing a project for drainage system in the Gambia. They wanted the rainfall intensity in every 3 hours. So if you give them, if there is a rain accumulated for the 24 hours, they'll want you to segregate it in every hour, how much millimeter was recorded, because they said their design is what is going to capture. That's what they want to use to design the runoff for their drainage system. So it just depends on what you want.
Okay.
Yes.
So we can discuss, and maybe if there's time tomorrow, you probably could also show us how to.
Yeah, I can do that. Thank you. Thank you.
Do we want to quickly just do the group sharing? I guess the Gambians would form a team by themselves, right? You have to mix. You'll have to mix the help. All right, cool. All right. Yeah. We understand. Okay. Okay, together. What we have a fair mix of female. Otherwise, I would have only male team there. So how many females do you have? We have 5. Okay, so you number yourself as 5. You have 1. No. Yeah. 1.
Then the females will number.
Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
5. Then
5. Then start again. Yeah. Go.
2.
Yeah.
5. Okay.
Yeah. 5.
So
1.
Then you are 1. John. No, she's
a female.
She's a female. So 1, 2.
Yeah, that's all.
Then I'm with group 3.
Okay.
So the people should number themselves. They
number
themselves, so they know.
Maureen
so all
is 1.
group 3 members.
Maureen is 1. Maureen 1.
And so can we just have? I think our group captain is Nana Kofi, so you get our name. That's group 3's captain.
Maureen, you are group 1.
Group 1 captain.
Why are you choosing the group code?
They've already chosen, right?
No.
The captain later when you're in your group, you can figure out. But I mean, for now, I want to get the list of Nana. So I'm taking group 3 members from you. I'm taking group 1 members from you. Group 2 from you. So Lazar, I'm taking group 4 members from you.
3. 1, 2,
and
3,
then
4,
group 5 members from you. Okay. So can we please do that now?
Four. Vivek. 4. Go with 4.